This House will come back to order. House will come back to order. Mr. Clerk, you want to ring the bell? Clerk will read the caption to a group of privilege resolutions. The clerk will read.
Honoring the life and memory of Marlene Pearl Hicks. Honoring the life and memory of Kelvin Kelly Kellenberg. Honoring the life and memory of Thomas Tommy Lee Marchman. Honoring the life and memory of George Peter Stathopoulos. Recognizing and commending Dr. Lawrence Mayo on his outstanding service as a music conductor. Commending the city of Peachtree Corners and recognizing his 10th birthday. Recognizing and commending Carolyn Gleaton, honoring the 100th anniversary of Ebenezer Baptist Church's Heritage Sanctuary. Commending Margaret Garrett, Coosa High School's 2022 Star Teacher. Commending Sarah Catherine Jenkins, Coosa High School's 2022 Star Student. Recognizing and commending Pastor Melvin C. Smith on his installation. Recognizing and commending Joseph Joe Wilson. Recognizing and commending Katie Bloom as Gwinnett County Teacher of the Year. Recognizing and commending Dr. J. Marshall Shepard, 2022 SEC Professor of the Year. Honoring Tiff Tuff Bermuda Glass, a drought-tolerant Bermuda grass being grown by Georgia farmers. Recognizing and congratulating the Rhone Symphony on its 100th anniversary. Recognizing and commending Robert J. Regas. Recognizing and commending Mark Robinson. Recognizing and commending the Stone Mountain Chapter, Jack and Jill of America Incorporated on its 35th anniversary and celebration. Recognizing and commending Megan Mann. Recognizing and commending Fayette County Public Schools finalists for the 2022 Governor's Honors Program, and for other purposes. That completes the reading of the privilege resolution.
Is there any objection to the adoption of the privilege resolution? Chair hears none, and the resolutions are adopted. This House will come to order. This House will be in order. All members will please take your seats. All members. Chair recognizes the Chair of the Committee on Information and Audits, Chairman Don Hogan, for a special order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't know who left all this crap up here. It says, we're coming to your ducks all. Yeah, they're not going to shoot my ducks. Because Trey Rhodes has got a legislation, House Bill 343, that prohibits him from coming on my farm without written permission, and I'm not going to do that. And there's the duck collars they put up here. I don't know about some of these people. And all these notes up here, I don't know whose notes these are. Eat more possum. That was a bad bill against the raccoons and the possums this year. I am disappointed that y'all passed that and moved it over to the Senate. I guess that's where it is now. When I qualified to run for this seat, my wife and I stopped through Hazelhurst and bought a money order for $400 to come up here, made out to the Georgia Republican Party, Inc. And the first person I met in line out there was Trey Kelly. So I went to my wife and I said, "You sure we need to qualify for this?" After meeting Trey Kelly. Yeah, but I didn't know how to get the $400 back, so I went ahead and qualified. And Mr. Speaker promised my wife he'd look after me when I got up here. First thing he did was put me right over there in between Trey Kelly and Matt Dollar. And you talk about having a problem trying to keep them straight. And Matt Dollar would always call up and say, "How about voting me in today?" I did that for a while until I got caught. And then I quit doing that for Matt Dollar. And he'd still come in late, and he'd come up here and get an excuse. And then he'd get up early and walk around. Just walk all over the place looking at the ceiling. You didn't know where Matt Dollar was coming from. I don't know who all I'm supposed to be talking about up here, but you're supposed not to be using legislators' names up here to get today, but the speaker can't do much to me because I'm leaving Monday. And then one morning early, Trey Kelly handed me a bill, and it was signed by a lot of you. And the number one signatory was the speaker. And I think you signed it. Yeah, you did. So it was turned in, and the speaker, about 30 minutes later, said like this, "You know how he does?" So I went over and I said, "Sir?" He said, "I got a problem." I said, "Problem?" He said, I need to know what committee to put this bill in. I said, "Mr. Speaker, you know better than I do what committee to put bills in." He said, "But Jess, you signed this." I said, "Yes, sir, and you did too." And he said, "Well, this is to create a city on St. Simon's." I thought I was going to have a heart attack right there. I said, "Mr. Speaker, how about giving me that bill?" He gave it to me, and I put it in my coat pocket, and it's on St. Simon's right now. I'd like to remember two people that were very meaningful to me. Jay Powell. You could take a bill over here to him. He'd tell you, throw it in the trash or it's a good bill. So he had some wise counsel, and I miss him very much. And the other one was John Meadows. John Meadows would come over here with that little old red book that we're supposed to go by. And we'd been out to Fox barbecue, and they kept bringing those little old fruit drinks in there. So somebody told him that I'd had 4 drinks for lunch. So he came over there and he opened that book up and he pointed there about alcohol during lunch. So, but I do miss him very much. The clerk's office I admire very, very much because they're hard workers, and I think all of them were down here a few minutes ago having their picture made. But the speaker would always, not the speaker, but the clerk would always say to me every morning I went in to read the journal, he'd say, "Good morning, sir." I'd say, "Good morning, sir." So that's the greetings we got every morning, and he's a great guy. The clerk's office does a tremendous job. Scotty has done a tremendous job. And the other group I'd like to thank is legal counsel. Betsy over there worked on a lot of mental health bills for me, and Jeff Lanier was unbelievable. He worked on some other legislation for me. The doorkeepers, if you hadn't seen Don Holtz to look at his socks today, go check him out. So he's got some Hogan socks on today. And how dare Jesse Petrie do what he did with that dang lighthouse tag. That's the ugliest lighthouse on the East Coast. And he made fun of the St. Simon's Lighthouse, and that's the most beautiful lighthouse on the East Coast. So shame on you, Jesse. I guess one of the saddest days of my life was Amon Aubrey getting killed. He was in my district. He was jogging one morning, and he was killed with blast of 3 buckshots by the people that murdered him. And that was sad. And I appreciate the minority caucus coming down, lending a hand to us. I appreciate Al Williams doing what he done, coming down to help us. And we were able to handle it. Could have been a real tragedy for Brunswick. But that was useless. I mean, that was tremendous murder. And that should have never happened for a young man like that. And as a result of that, though, we were able to pass a hate crime bill. The governor got behind that, and a citizen's arrest law. And Bert Reeves, I thank him for carrying that. He worked for the governor and the floor leader at that time, and he did a great job with it. I'd like to thank the majority leader, John Burns. He has been a tremendous friend. And Jan Jones has been a tremendous friend. When I was first elected, her door was open to me all the time to discuss legislation and what I should do about this and do about that. So you're a tremendous friend, both of you. Thank you very much. Terry England, I begged him for money for my technical college, and I brought him a little shrimp. Last year when he didn't give me any money, I went to him and I said, how come I didn't get my money? He said, you bring me no shrimp. So I brought him shrimp this year. Do I need to bring you any more? So that worked. And then I got Buddy, I got Buddy DeLoach to sit side of him over there. And Buddy's been working on him heavy. Buddy got some money from Macintosh, I think, and some other money. And you go across the hall over there, guy in the head of appropriations over there didn't treat us very good this year. So I don't know, that needs to be improved. Jay Roberts passed House Bill 170, which I didn't like part of that, and I went to the speaker about it. The speaker said, and it was a $5 on net worth by the sea, and they were hurting. So the speaker said to me, we sat down over there, and he said, imagine this, that's a ball of twine right there. You pull a little bit off here, and you pull a little bit off there, and all of a sudden you don't have a bill. I said, I understand, Mr. Speaker, I'll see you later. The ante room over here, I'm carrying about 10 pounds home with me from it. So I'm going to have to lose up those 10 pounds. Carl Gilliard is the best dressed man in this house. He's unbelievable. He's a great friend, and he was my best chaplain until Dale Washburn came along. And Dale did a great job this year, and I admire him very much. He was the best chaplain of the day. But I didn't know he had so many sins he confessed to up there. He's got a great wife, and why would he be out sinning? But he said right up here, that he had sinned, and he said a lot of sins. Jenny Earhart gave me 2 great cookbooks, and I appreciate that, Jenny. We used to sit right up there, knees all crunched up against that railing up there last year. My best chairwoman is Lynn Smith. She is great. She has done so much for the water problems we've had in this state, and we got to tour around down in Glenn County and up in McIntosh County and see how mussels are grown and so forth. So you're a great person. Thank you very much. I'd like to recognize an individual who's no longer with us. Reed Harris was a legislator up here and passed the Marshland Protection Act in 1970. He was part of a law firm in Brunswick, and the law firm was representing a mining company from Savannah all the way to Florida, and they were going to mine all the marsh. So Reed came out against and passed legislation again, and he got kicked out of the law firm. And then in 1979, he passed the Shoreline Protection Act, which is very important. And he was a great legislator, and he worked to give this house independence from the governor. the governor used to appoint all the chairs and everything, and this house was pretty much run by the government, but Reed Harris was involved in getting an independence from the governor's office. Is Bodie in here? I told him what I was going to do, and he said, well, I'm running for state office. I said, well, this will probably help you. We were in 404 over CLOB. He came to me one morning and he said, why am I getting all this Republican literature? I said, well, Representative Bodie, you've been giving them money. And then he wanted to borrow my red tie to take it home and wear it at home so he'd know what he looked like. But he's got a blue one on today. Smyrie, he was in that office with us, and I never seen so much Coca-Cola stuff in all my life. I said, this has got to be a rich man. Coca-Cola everywhere. And I used to have an antique shop, and I sold a lot of Coca-Cola memorabilia. But I admire you very much. And we probably might see you down there as an ambassador too. Shaw Blackman. Shaw and I have been friends for years. He's my roommate, one of the hardest worrying individuals I know of. He worries about everything. You can't calm him down. His dad and I are very good friends. We've done a lot of traveling in Ireland and playing a lot of golf over there. And Shaw and his sister went with us one time, and Shaw takes all this kind of, I don't know whether it's medicine or what he takes, but it's all this weird drinks he drinks. And he would have to roll the windows down when he got to drinking that stuff. The other tragedy we had was the Golden Ray. It cost right at $1 billion that Golden Ray moved out. They sectioned it off in several pieces. It had 4,200 automobiles on it. It was a disaster. But we were able to get it out of there, and there's several lawsuits related to that at this time. I'd like to thank my wife and daughter over here, Libby Hogan and my daughter Nicholas. They surprised me today by coming up here. I didn't know they even knew anything about me getting up in the well, but they were here this morning, and thanks to Trey Kelly for arranging to get them from the airport up here. It's hard to drive 5.5 miles from St. Simon's up here. At my age, you drive 5.5 miles, and it takes you 2 days to get over it. We got a lot of legislators in South Georgia that do that, it's just, it hurts trying to drive that, and you're taking your life in your hand. You come through Henry County and McDonough and so forth. I'm serious. I mean, you just bumper to bumper from the south of Henry County all the way to the Capitol, and that's not the way it ought to be. I've met the new mayor a couple of times downstairs, and I hope he's able to straighten some of these streets out up here. I mean, I don't think my truck's going to be worth anything when I get out of here, because these streets are bad, and the cost of living up here. Shaw and I, $4,500 a month to rent a 2-bedroom condo. And a lot of you live around Atlanta here, you spend the night in your bed every night and you don't pay that. But it takes a lot out of you to do that. I love most of you. And I appreciate all of you. But thank y'all for being my friend in passing House Bill 1013. Thanks to the First Lady of the House, her motivating the speaker to do what he did. To me, that's the most important legislation we've had in 10 or 12 years. I mean, I'm anxious to see just how it's going to work out. But my AOT bill that I worked on for 3 years, which is the outpatient treatment, that I hope it's going to work out. And thanks to my friend over there, head of appropriations, he put quite a bit of money in there for the mental health. And I just hope that we're able to start out in the right direction, providing service for mental health. I just had a friend that was killed in the jail in Brunswick. He was diagnosed schizophrenic when he was just a boy. Slept under his mother's house most of the time, and a great family, but he wouldn't stay on his medication. And our jails today are still full of people who will not stay on their medication. And there's some organizations that don't think we ought to force people to take medication, psychotropic and so forth. But unless we do enforce that people stay on their medication, they're going to suffer greatly, and a lot of them are going to die. Thank y'all very much for being my friend, and I do love every one of you.
Just a minute, you can.
Can I hit the gavel?
I'm gonna let you hit the gavel, but I've got to defend Chairman Blackman. Now you were up there complaining about how he worried. You know, he used to call me at midnight at night and say, "Have you seen Dawn?" I said, I can't keep up with him, Shaw. I mean, if you can't, I certainly can't. But I think I speak for a lot of people in here that we love you, our friend.
Thank you.
We're going to miss you. And Libby, thank you very much for letting us have him for a few years. Of course, you know everybody's going to be coming to your house now, okay? When we're down at the island. So she'll get over it, she said. All right. Thank you very much. Let's get a picture over here. And Stephen Saines wanted to be in the picture, too. I'm going to ask members to greet Chairman Hogan out in the anteroom. We've still got a little work to do. So, Deidre, would you escort the Hogan family and Stephen Saines out to the anteroom? All right. The House will come back to order. House will come back to order. We have a supplemental local calendar. Two bills on the local calendar are an agree-disagree. Having received the requisite number of signatures required, the House delegation wishes to agree to the Senate sub to the bill. So third reading and passage of uncontested local bills. If there is no objection, we will vote on the local calendar as a whole with a recorded vote. Hearing none, it is so ordered. The clerk will read the local calendar.
House Bill 1541 by Senate, substitute by Representative Allen of the 40th, Cobb County. House Bill 1557 by Senate, substitute by Representative Gravely of the 67th, Paulding County.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered on the local calendar? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bills? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall these bills now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bills on the local calendar will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bills on the local calendar, the ayes are 152, the nays are 5. These bills, having received the requisite constitutional majority, are therefore passed.
The chair recognizes Chairman Efstration for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House adhere to its position with respect to SB 218, insisting on the House substitute, and that the chair appoint a committee of conference.
Chairman Efstration moves that the House adheres to its position on House substitute to Senate Bill 218 and appoint a committee of conference. The clerk will read the caption.
Senate Bill 218 by Senator Walker, the 20th, Dugan, the 30th, Kirkpatrick, the 32nd, and others to be titled, and an act to amend Chapter 5 of Title 45 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to the vacation of office so as to provide for the suspension of compensation for certain public officers who are suspended because of an indictment for a felony.
Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the House has adhered. The chair appoints Chairman Efstration, Chairman Gaines, and Representative Gullett as a committee of conference on Senate Bill 218. The chair recognizes Chairman Stevens for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that this House disagree with the Senate amendment to House Bill 1381.
Chairman Stevens has moved that the House disagree to the Senate substitute to Senate amendment to House Bill 1381. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1381 by Representative Stevens, the 164th England of the 116th Corbett of the 174th and others, to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 80, Title 36 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to general provisions applicable to counties, municipal corporations, and other governmental entities, so as to require Water and Sewer Authority Board members to complete yearly continuing training courses.
Chair recognizes Chairman Stevens to explain the Senate amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you might recall, we ran a bill through that was from the Rural Development Council that required education, continuing education for the water and sewer authorities. The Senate added some good language, if you will, to train for this section and leave that up to the discretion of the DCA commissioner in those cases where they don't have enough time to train. We also had a bill following that had to do with the development authorities, which they did not come out and they lit up like a Christmas tree. So we want to disagree, put those two bills together, and I hope you'll agree.
On the gentleman's motion that the House disagree to the Senate amendment, is there objection? The chair hears none, and the House has disagreed to the Senate amendment to House Bill 1381. For what purpose does Chairman Belton rise?
To make a motion,
State your motion.
I move that the rules be temporarily suspended so the bill may be read for the first time and assigned to committee.
On the gentleman's motion that the rules be suspended so the bill may be read for the first time and assigned to committee. Clerk will read the caption.
Unnumbered House Bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 10A of Title 43 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to professional counselors, social workers, and marriage and family therapists, so as to clarify certain licensing provisions and improve the quality of licensees.
On the gentleman's motion that the rules be temporarily suspended so that a bill may be read for the first time and assigned to committee, is there objection? The chair hears none. Regulated Industries. Clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 445. Senate Bill 445.
Senate Bill 445 by Senator Burns, the 23rd, Payne of the 54th, Hickman of the 4th, Gooch of the 51st, and Mullis of the 53rd, and others, be entitled to an act to amend Code Section 82143 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to civil and criminal penalties for violation of Section 610 of the National Manufactured Housing Construction and Safety Standards Act of 1974. This bill having referred to the Committee on Regulated Industries, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
The chair recognizes Representative Washburn to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I rise to present Senate Bill 445 by Senator Burns of the 23rd. This bill, he carried this bill at the request of the Insurance Commissioner, and it amends the state civil penalties for violations that are found in the National Manufactured Housing Construction and Safety Standards Act. It simply replaces what is currently in the state code with the federal regulations for the same violations. And Madam Chair, I will yield for any questions.
There are no questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, I urge your favorable consideration of this bill. I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of the bill. The yeas were 158, the nays were 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 610. Senate Bill 610.
Senate Bill 610 by Senator Harrell, the 40th, Burke of the 11th, Dugan of the 30th, Butler of the 55th, and others, to be entitled an act to amend Article 7 of Chapter 4, Title 49 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to medical assistance generally, so as to require the Department of Community Health to conduct a comprehensive review of provider reimbursement rates for home and community-based services. This bill having been referred to the Committee on Human Relations and Aging. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Chairman Petrie to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I rise today to speak to you about Senate Bill 10. But I first want to say something about my good friend, Representative Hogan, made some remarks about my lighthouse, and I just want to emphasize to him, I don't know if he's in here, but I want him to know that I love him like a great-great-great-great-grandfather, and I just want him to know that, in spite of his comments. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you the substitute, the Senate Bill 610. This measure, and I'm going to speak to you about the two sections of this bill, and I want to explain the first one very carefully. This bill very simply is going to require that every 4 years the Department of Community Health does a rate study on home and community-based service waivered programs. So y'all will know, and our Chairman England would understand this stuff so well, we have entitlements to Medicaid services in the world of long-term care, and then we have programs that are waivered services that allow people to be served in the community. Those programs that you'll see before you, there's the new options waiver, there's the comprehensive waiver in this bill, there's the independent care waiver program, the GAP program, which serves medically fragile pediatric children who would otherwise be in hospitals, and then there's the EDWP, which is the elderly and disabled waiver. So all of these programs are waivered programs that serve individuals who are disabled, who have long been part of the Medicaid population that we serve, and allows them to be served in the community. The challenge is that we struggle up here as we fund these programs. We don't really have data to show us what the rates should be to serve those individuals. This bill by Representative Sally Harrell in the Senate would require the departments to do rate studies so that there's data to show us what the rate should be. It's important that I tell you that the legislature is not compelled in any way to accept those rates, but at least the information will be there, and I believe this will be very helpful to some of our subcommittees for making good decisions. The second part of this bill, if you look at lines 31 to 37, is precisely the language in House Bill 1404 that we have already passed out of this chamber. That bill passed 167 to 5. That was Representative Pruitt's bill. And what this bill very simply does, this part of the bill, is allow what are described here as private institutions for mental diseases or private psychiatric hospitals to accept Medicaid. So remember, this is not Medicaid expansion. Individuals, we already have 78,500 Georgians with mental illness who are on Medicaid. But when they are served in private hospitals, and I think most of you are aware that our state hospitals have all closed. So we need resources to serve individuals with mental illness in this state. This is a very good bill as a companion to House Bill 1013, and it will allow those organizations to serve our constituents with mental illness and to be able to bill for them. Madam Speaker, that's very simply what this bill does, and I'm glad to accept a question or two if that's necessary.
There is a question. The chair recognizes Chairman Hogan for a question.
When did you start being my friend?
I'm sorry, sir?
When did you start being my friend?
The day you got here, Chairman.
Yeah, but what did you say when you first got in the well tonight?
I told everybody here that I loved you like a great-great-great-great-grandfather, and I mean it. I mean it. I mean
that's
it,
not what
Chairman.
I was told. I was told that you thought of me as your great-great-great-great-great-grandfather.
Well, I mean, tomato, Mr. Chairman.
Bye.
There are no more questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 154, the nays were 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 333. Senate Bill 333.
Senate Bill 333 by Senator Albers, the 56th, Dugan, the 30th, Hatchett, the 50th, Robertson, the 29th, Gooch, the 51st, and others. Be entitled an act to amend Part 1A of Article 7 of Chapter 3 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to non-public post-secondary education institutions so as to remove provisions related to agents and agents' permits. This bill having referred to the Committee on Higher Education. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by Rules Committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Chairman Martin to present the bill.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the House. I bring Senate Bill 333 today. This is a department bill for the group that oversees our post-secondary private institutions. Their goal, of course, is to make sure that the students are protected. If they go to an institution, a for-profit institution, that they have funds to make sure that if something happens with that institution, the students are made whole. What the bill specifically does is it limits their oversight to schools that are offering degrees. Previously, the way the language went, there was some ambiguity in that they could also regulate people that were helping with testing in order to get those degrees, and that was not their original mission. It also eliminates in sections 3 through 7 and 9 through 13 references to agents. In years past, these schools were sold to students through an agency arrangement with individuals. That really just that doesn't happen in 2022. So they are licensing the schools, and the schools themselves are responsible for their agent. It reduces the bonding capacity, but increases the opportunity of the agency to make students whole by creating a fund that's paid into by new schools. And that fund will be what I would refer to as a sinking fund, so money will accumulate. So if there's an untimely closure, the students could be made whole. It allows them, and by doing that, it allows for self-insurance. It also, this allows the agency to be more responsive and get the money to the students faster, because if a bond has to be cashed, many times there's arguments with the insurance company. It takes a while to get the money in order to make the students whole so they can continue their education. With that, Madam Speaker, I would just ask the House's favorable consideration. This again is a department bill. It takes us in a direction to ensure the students in Georgia that are going to these institutions are taken care of in the event of an untimely closure. The reason for the rule substitute was to better define post-secondary activity. That only change from the Higher Ed Committee that was made in rules is lines 23 through 30 to make that definition clearer. There was a prepositional phrase that could have applied to the post-secondary degrees and to the awarding of the study experience portion, and we wanted to make clear that that will only applied to the second one. You'll see that on lines 25 through 30. With that, if there are technical questions, I'll answer them. Otherwise, I ask the House favorable consideration of Senate Bill 333.
There's a question. The chair recognizes Leader Beverly for a question.
Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
This is sort of a technical question. You increased the limit from $500,000 a cap to, it's going to go to about $10 million until 2040.
Right.
And so the reason for that increase, is it stepwise, or is it up to 2040 will be $10 million? What's the reason for that?
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen, for the question. Well, the reason for the increase in the funds is because the reduction of the bonding requirement, because having the fund allows the organization access to the money in the event of an untimely closure so they can make the students whole faster, as opposed to arguing with the holder of the bond, the insurance company. That is the reason the increase. The reason out to 2040 is so that they don't charge the schools so much as to increase the cost to the students. But if that answers the gentleman's question, so you increase the fund to have money to pay out the students in the event of an untimely closure, and that would make the money more accessible than it would be coming out of money. It's a self-insurance, if you will.
There are no more questions.
Thank you. I ask the House favorable consideration of Senate Bill 333 and yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? The chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of the bill. The yeas were 155, the nays were 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. The clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 10. Senate Bill 10.
Senate Bill 10 by Senator Jones, the 10th Butler, the 55th James, the 35th Say, the 34th, and others, to be entitled an act to amend Article 2, Chapter 11 of Title 16 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to offenses against public order so as to provide for an offense of promoting illegal drag racing and laying drags. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary and Non-Civil. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Smith to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Members of the House, today I bring to you the House Committee substitute to Senate Bill 10. You will see within this bill there were several changes made. In Section 1, you will see that we have amended the code section relating to impersonating a public officer or employee to include an officer of the court. And Section 2, you'll see that we have written into the code section that it will be illegal to have a global positioning or monitoring device on a person's vehicle that has received a temporary protective order, consent order, or a protective order. And then going forward through the bill, you'll see in Section 3 and Section 4 that this bill will amend our laws to allow for judges to have the discretion, and I point out discretion, to ensure that if someone has a failure to appear in court that they would not lose their license. Now, this does not reward bad actors that just have a habit of not showing up to court. This requires an order from the judge to ensure that someone's license would not be suspended. And Madam Speaker, that is the gist of the bill, and I'll yield for questions.
There are no questions. There we have a question. Chair recognizes Representative Hawley for a question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Do you yield, sir?
Up for a question to my friend.
Just curious, for the bill in its current state, I know I've read it, and I do appreciate you bringing it because, someone who used to put these special condition bond orders to make sure that folks who were let out on violent crimes, that they would have no further contact, and especially nowadays with the way technology is going, it's being abused, unfortunately, so I think this is a good bill. Actually, do you further yield?
I do.
Is it true that even though this bill actually started out to stop drag racing on the highways, the language currently in the bill does not address that?
Yes, sir, and I can provide the gentleman with an explanation real quick. Last year, this House, in its wisdom, passed legislation that would actually deal with the drag racing we're seeing on our streets. In fact, was watching the news earlier this week, and it seems like those laws that we passed last year were doing that, and we were afraid that with the version that had come out from the Senate that it would be a little too overly broad, so we didn't want to mess up a good thing we had going on. Madam Speaker, with that, I will yield the well and ask this body's favorable consideration.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose does Representative McLaurin rise?
Parliamentary.
State your inquiry.
Madam Chair, is it not true that there are a number of very thoughtful and hardworking criminal justice reform advocates who have been supporting this bill and working on it to make sure that our system works a little better than it did the day before? Is that not true?
The chair is sure that the gentleman knows of which he speaks. Thank you. For what purpose does Chairman Burchett rise?
To make a motion. I make a motion that we immediately transmit Representative McLaurin to the Senate.
The chair doesn't recognize you for that motion. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 155, the nays were 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 96. Senate Bill 96.
Senate Bill 96 by Senator Jackson, the 2nd, Harbison of the 15th, Jones of the 10th, and Rahman of the 5th. Being titled an act to amend Chapter 17 and Title 45 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to notaries public so as to provide that the identification of persons for whom notaries perform notarial acts shall be evidenced satisfactorily by valid Veterans Health Identification Card issued by the United States Department of Veteran Affairs. This bill having referred to the Committee on Defense and Veteran Affairs, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chair recognizes Representative Mallow to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, this is a fairly simple bill. This bill simply allows for our veterans to receive services. Many of our veterans are transient, and some are homeless and do not have proper identification, a state-issued ID. Some are just transitioning out of the military and need documents to be notarized. And once they leave, their military ID card is turned back in, and so they will get their Veterans ID health card. And so this bill will just allow notaries to notarize documents by verifying who they are by using their Veterans Health Identification Card issued by the United States Department of Veteran Affairs. A fairly simple bill, and I would ask for your favorable consideration and passage of this great piece of legislation today. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield the will.
Gentleman has yielded the well. The chair recognizes Chairman Clark to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I just wanted to come to thank the member for this bill. This is very important. There are veterans in VA homes who are shut-ins, and they need to have this ability when they need to call to get their will updated or a power of attorney notarized, and this is the only form of identification they have. And this is one of the last bills that's veteran-friendly in my term here in the House, and I just want to thank this body for all the bipartisan support we've had throughout the years to support our veterans. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman's yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of the bill. The yeas were 158, the nays were 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Chair recognizes Chairman Carpenter for an announcement.
It's been a real special year serving with each and every one of you. I've got a great announcement brought to you by Mohawk Industries in conjunction with the University of Georgia. So they will be putting these in your office, so don't come bug my administrative assistant. She don't want to hear it. They'll be in your office on Monday, so enjoy them. We appreciate you and all your support for all industries, especially the carpet industry.
Chair recognizes Chairman Cantrell for an announcement.
Hey, I appreciate that, Chairman Carpenter. I need something to wipe my feet on. Oh, sorry. Come on back up here, Chairman Nix. Hey, Chairman Nix and I were talking the other day, since we're both leaving, we wanted to give you guys kind of a going away present. So we had some special custom made socks made up for every member. They have the flag of our state on it, and we'll have those at our desk for anybody who wants them. We didn't put it on your desk, but they'll be there for you. Now additionally, I do want to say that I have a special affection for the clerk, Bill Riley, and I wanted to give him a gift special for him. So I called his wife up. I said, Miss Riley, I'd really like to get something nice for Bill, because, I mean, nobody rings the bell like Bill, right? And she said, you know, when session's not in, he gets kind of depressed because, you know, he likes ringing that bell. And she said, what our marriage needs is more bell. In fact, specifically, she said, it needs more cowbell. So I've got a special cowbell for Bill Riley as well. Thank you.
The clerk will read the caption to a group of privileged resolutions.
Honoring the life and memory of Dorothy May Lawyer Johnson. Honoring the life and memory of Jack B. Edwards, Jr. Honoring the life and memory of Marissa McCall. Recognizing April 2 through 8, 2022 as Week of the Young Child at the State Capitol. Recognizing and commending Wilhelmina Atkinson Dean. Recognizing and commending Adekunde Warnock. Recognizing and commending Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority, Inc. for the 69th South Atlantic Regional Conference. Recognizing and commending John P. Terlano. Recognizing April 4th as Community Health Centers Day. Recognizing and commending the 2022 Georgia Farm Working Families at the Capitol. Recognizing April 2nd, 2022 as LaShawn Pace Remembrance Day. Recognizing and commending Chloe Elizabeth Ann Walker for the 2021-2022 school year at Midtown High School in Atlanta, Georgia. Recognizing and commending Benjamin E. Mays High School, its student body, faculty, and staff in Atlanta, Georgia. And for other purposes, that completes the reading of the privileged resolutions.
Is there any objection to adopting the privileged resolutions? The chair hears none, and the resolutions are adopted. The House will stand at ease.
This recess will continue until 4:15.
Clerk will ring the bell. The House will come to order. House will come to order. Chair recognizes the Rules Chairman for an announcement.
Okay, rules will meet in 3 minutes in room 341. 3 minutes, let's go.
The House will stand at ease until following the rules meeting approximately 4:30.
I'm informed that rules has just started, so we're going to continue to be at ease for a few minutes. House will come back to order. This House will come back to order. Mr. Clerk, you want to ring the bell? Clerk will read the caption to a group of privileged resolutions.
Honoring the life and memory of Ike Reese. Honoring the life and memory of Len House. Honoring the life and memory of Bobby Hasty Summers. Honoring the life and memory of Ronnie Shaw Mixon, Jr. Recognizing and commending Richard Aquota. Commending Ryan Williams, Buchanan Primary Schools 2022 Teacher of the Year. Commending Christy Gilley, Buchanan Elementary Schools 2022 Teacher of the Year. Commending Tabitha Washington, Haralson County High Schools 2022 Page Star Student. Commending Robin Campbell, Bremen Schools 2022 Star Teacher. Commending Kevin Thomas, Bremen High School's 2022 Star Student. Commending Jessica Allen, Bremen High School's 2022 Star Teacher. Commending Garrett Hutter, Bremen High School's 2022 Star Student. Recognizing and commending Sergeant Kevin Carroll on his outstanding public service. And honoring the life and memory of Johnny F. Jones. And for other purposes, that completes the reading of the privilege resolution.
Is there any objection to the adoption of the privilege resolutions? The chair hears none and the resolutions are adopted. The chair recognizes Chairman Sam Watson for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we agree to Senate substitute to HB 586.
Chairman Watson moves that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 586. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 586 by Representative Watson, the 172nd incorporated the 174th, being entitled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 1 of Chapter 8 of Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to general provisions regarding sales and use taxes so as to extend the sunset date for the exemption for projects of regional significance.
Chair recognizes Chairman Watson to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is two bills that got caught up in the process last year that we passed both of them out of the House, dealing with the sales tax exemption on the arts ticket sales and a conservation bill to conserve land within our state. We cleaned this bill up, so that is all that is in this bill now, is the sales tax exemptions for your local arts and theaters across our state who have been impacted by COVID-19 and are still trying to recover from that. And then also just to conserve our land and continue to do that as our population grows. And that's what the bill does, and I'll be glad to take any questions, Mr. Speaker. If not, I yield to Will.
You have a question if you care to yield.
I'll take one, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Kenner to your left for a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
How long is the sunset extended for the fine arts tax exemption?
For the which one? I'm sorry.
The fine arts.
Fine arts, 5 years.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield to Will.
On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 586. All those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 141, the nays are 0. This House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 586. Chair recognizes Representative Washburn for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute for House Bill 342.
Representative Washburn has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 342. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 342 by Representative Washburn, the 101st, Powell, the 32nd, Jaspers, the 11th. Be entitled an act to amend Chapter 14 to Title 43, the official code of Georgia annotated relating to electrical contractors, plumbers, conditioned air contractors, low-volt contractors, and utility contractors, so as to prohibit certain advertisements related to plumbing.
Chair recognizes Representative Washburn to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill was left over from last year. The substitute is just a minor wording change. Basically, the bill prohibits any company or individual from advertising that they hold a master or journeyman plumber's license if they don't hold the license. And so that's all the bill does. It's a consumer protection bill and sort of a truth in advertising bill. Mr. Speaker, I will yield for any questions.
You do not have any questions.
I urge your favorable consideration, and Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 342, all those in favor of the motion will vote aye, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does Representative Montahan rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr.
State
Speaker.
your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that on Facebook just moments ago, I saw that today is your first anniversary, and I congratulate you on your first anniversary?
Well, thank you very much, Representative. This is exactly how I wanted to spend it, too, with all of y'all. But what purpose does Chairman Martin rise?
Well, Mr. Chairman, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that some of us may have gotten a message from the First Lady and she expressed that same thing, that she was a little sad that you were spending it down here with us and not with her?
Well, she's on her way. Chair recognizes Representative Kirby. Or what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Would it help if we made you reservations for 6 o'clock dinner to get us out of here?
Means we got to hurry. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 149, the nays are 0, and this House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 342. Chair recognizes Chairman Rhodes for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I make a motion that we agree to House Bill 343.
Chairman Rhodes has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 343. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 343 by Representative Rhodes of the 120th, Luricki of the 169th, Corbett of the 174th, and others to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 27.3.1 of the Official Code of Georgia and Territory relating to requirements of permission to hunt on the lands of another, written permission, enforcement, and immunity of a landowner from civil liability.
Is this the measure that Chairman Hogan has been really interested in? Somewhat, okay. We may find out how much what is somewhat. Chair recognizes Chairman Rhodes to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're going to name this the Uncle Don Wish. This bill is going to be the Uncle Don Wish. All this bill does is it ups the fines for poaching for the first, second, and third time. What Uncle Don didn't know is it's already current law that you have to have written permission. So this doesn't do anything with that. It just ups the fines. I ask for your favorable vote.
Do you yield for a question?
Sure.
Chair recognizes Chairman Hogan to your left for a question.
Does this mean you're not, do you gentlemen yield?
Maybe.
I need more positive than that.
Come on, what you got?
That you got to have written permission to even get on my land, right?
Maybe.
What? That's not an answer. The gentleman further yield?
Yes, sir.
Why? What do you mean by maybe?
Because you've told me we can go.
Gentleman further yield?
Yes, sir.
When you start telling little fibs like that in the well?
I'm not.
You further yield?
Yeah.
You are fibbing.
Vote green, please.
On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 343, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 153, the nays are 0. This House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 343. Chair recognizes Chairman Watson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to HB 246.
Chairman Watson has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 246. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 246 by Representative Watson of the 176th, Corbett of the 174th, Ridley the 6th, and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 5 of Title 40 of the Official Code of Georgia and Territory relating to driver's licenses so as to increase the fee for issuance of a replacement license and permits.
Chair recognizes Chairman Watson to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, we passed this bill out last year, got caught up in the process. We're just trying to, and the only change is the code section change. That's the only change in the bill. There were no specific changes within this piece of legislation, but it did revolve around increasing the cost of the license. If you lose your license, currently the state is having to eat some of that, and that's all that we're doing in the bill, and I appreciate your support. Thank you.
On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 246, all those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 125, the nays are 27, and this House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 246. Chair recognizes Representative Leverett for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 620.
Representative Leverett has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 620. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 620 by Representative Leverett of the 33rd Hour of the 82nd Abstraction of the 104th and others to be entitled an act to amend Title 29, Chapter 4, Title 51, and Article 6 of Chapter 6 of Title 53 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to guardian and ward, wrongful death and bond.
Chair recognizes Representative Leverett to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is a bill we passed last year. It deals with settling claims of children by parents, where we were increasing the minimum amount that would under which a parent could settle a claim without retaining counsel and having a conservator appointed and a bond and that sort of thing. The changes in the Senate were all non-substantive. They were just reformatting and reorganizing. They're good changes, and I would ask that you favorably approve the Senate substitute. And I'll yield for questions.
You do not have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you please vote favorably on the motion. Thank you.
On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 620, all those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 620, the ayes are 153, the nays are 0, and this House has agreed. Chair recognizes Chairman Cooper for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 752.
Chairman Cooper has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 752. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 752 by Representative Cooper, the 43rd, Dempsey, the 13th, Hogan, the 179th, and others to be entitled an act to amend Title 37 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to mental health so as to provide for a psychiatric advance directive.
Chair recognizes Chairman Cooper to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Basically, this was sort of a few little housekeeping details, and the major thing they did was they made the immunity for the physicians and the people working with these patients, they made it match the immunity given in the Advanced Health Directive. I'll answer questions if there's any. Nope.
You have no questions.
Thank you, sir. I yield well.
On the lady's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 752, all those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the lady's motion, the ayes are 155, the nays are 0, and this House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 752. The chair recognizes Chairman Belton for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate amendment to House Bill 884.
Chairman Belton has moved that this House agree to the Senate amendment to House Bill 884. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 884 by Representative Belton of the 112th, Hitchens, the 161st, Bonner of the 72nd, and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 1 of Title 43, the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to general provisions of professions and businesses, so as to change certain provisions relating to expedited license by endorsement for military spouses.
Chair recognizes Chairman Belton to explain the Senate amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We had designated 30 days so the board must act, and the Senate, in their infinite wisdom, decided that 90 days would be a better date. I yield for questions.
You have no questions.
I yield the well.
On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate amendment to House Bill 884, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 152, the nays are 0, and this House has agreed to the Senate amendment to House Bill 884. Chair recognizes Representative Leverett for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 934.
Representative Leverett has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 934. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 934 by Representative Leverett of the 33rd, Williams of the 168th, Dickey the 140th, and others, be entitled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 5A of Chapter 8 of Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to special district mass transportation sales and use tax, so as to provide for the maximum amount and time frame for the collection of such tax.
Chair recognizes Representative Leverett to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the bill that dealt with the single county T-SPLOST. It provided it could extend for up to a full 5-year period if so provided in the ballot question. Senate just removed one of the potential dates when you could actually hold the election. Since if we go to the 5-year rule, that's fine, you can plan, so that's a welcome amendment, and I would ask you favorably consider the motion and approve the Senate substitute. And I'll yield for any questions.
You have no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield the will.
On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 934, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the gentleman's motion. The ayes are 146, the nays are 5, and this House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 934. Chair recognizes Chairman Dickey for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to HB 1303.
Chairman Dickey has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1303. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1303 by Representative Dickey, the 140th England, the 116th Berkeley, 155th, and others, to be entitled an Act to amend Part 3 of Article 6 of Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to educational programs so as to transition a pilot program for elementary agriculture education to an ongoing program.
Chair recognizes Chairman Dickey to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is our elementary education bill that we passed out of this House unanimously. After we passed it, there was some question about this being a totally optional program for our elementary schools to implement, and so we added a couple of words, a may and an if, on lines 20 and 23 to make sure everyone knew it was totally an optional program for them. So I'd be happy to answer any questions if you may have got one.
You have no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You do have a question. Do you yield?
I do.
Chair recognizes Representative Bentley to your left for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
Is it not true that if this bill should pass, there will be some delicious strawberry ice cream in the anteroom from Dickey Farms of Musella, Georgia? Is that not true?
That is true. The lady knows what she speaks.
Thank you.
I ask you a favorable consideration.
On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1303, all those in favor will vote aye, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 151, the nays are 0. This House has agreed to the Senate substitute to to House Bill 1303. Chair recognizes Chairman Cooper for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House recede from its position on Senate Bill 164.
Chairman Cooper has moved that this House recede from its position on Senate Bill 164. The clerk will read the caption.
Senate Bill 164 by Senator Hufstetler, the 52nd, Kirkpatrick, the 32nd, and Oracle, the 36th, and others, be titled an act to amend Code Section 1511-471, Title 16, and Code Section 3122 9.1 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated, relating to definitions relative to juvenile delinquency, crimes and offenses, and who may perform HIV testing.
Chair recognizes Chairman Cooper to explain her motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is from the underlying bill is the modernization of our HIV laws, and last year on the last night, the House added 3 lines that has nothing to do with the underlying bill. It was about Epidiolex and I think probably something to do with marijuana, and the Senate insisted on their position, and I am asking that we go back to the underlying bill, which the House passed a bill just like the underlying bill a couple of years ago. And with that, Mr. Speaker, if there's no questions, I will yield the well.
On the lady's motion that this House recede from its position on Senate Bill 164, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does Representative McLeod rise?
Just for clarification, what parliamentary inquiry?
State your inquiry.
What exactly are we doing when we refer to bill being receded?
Means we are withdrawing the position that we previously took in adopting the Senate position.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the lady's motion, the ayes are 151, the nays are 0, and this House has receded from its position on Senate Bill 164.
This has been out since Wednesday.
Chair recognizes Chairman Gunter for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House adopt the Conference Committee report for House Bill 409.
Chairman Gunter has moved that the House adopt the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 409. I will point out to the members of the body that report has been out on your desk and on the cart since Wednesday. Clerk will read the conference committee report caption.
Committees of Conference report on HB 409. The Committees of Conference on HB 409 recommend that both the Senate and the House of Representatives recede from their positions and that the attached Committees of Conference substitute to HB 409 be adopted. Respectfully submitted for the Senate, Hatchett of the 50th, Strickland of the 17th, Kennedy of the 18th. For the House of Representatives, Gunner of the 8th, Fleming of the 121st, abstration of the 104.
Chair recognizes Chairman Gunner to explain the Committee of Conference report for House Bill 409.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee added language to clarify the makeup of the commission. We also had, went with the advising consent for the appointments from the Senate, and the AG asked for legislation to take them out of being conflict counsel for prosecutors. This makes sense because the AG is in the executive branch and the prosecutors are in the judicial. The prosecuting attorney's counsel will take over as the conflict counsel for prosecutors. I'll take any questions.
You have no questions.
I would ask for your favorable support. Thank you.
On the adoption of the conference committee report on House Bill 409, all of those in favor of the adoption of the conference committee report will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 146, the nays are 10, and this House has adopted the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 409. All right, we're going to stand down for just a couple of minutes here while we regroup for the next round of work. all members will please take seats. All members of this House, please take your seats. All members will take your seats. The chair recognizes, for a special order, Representative Tommy Benton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I think most people know that, and everybody that's been up here, most people have known that they had decided not to return next year. And I wanted to talk just for a few minutes about what working here has meant to me and also to the district that I represent. But before I do that, I wanted to tell you a little something about myself. Most people don't realize that, and because you don't see other family members, I have 3 sisters. They're all younger than me. And those of you that are older, an older brother and sister, you know that you're always right. You know that you don't pick on the younger brothers and sisters. That was the way it was at my house. And you can believe that if you want to. That younger brothers and sisters are made for that. Wanted to tell you a little something about my family. My father's name was Thomas and my mother's name was Matilda. And my daddy was from Jackson County and my mother was from Walker County. And my mother's father was a cotton buyer for Crystal Springs, which is the mill that Mr. Tarvin owned at Chickamauga. My father's parents were both teachers, but they weren't both teaching before he was born, because when they got married, my grandmother had to quit teaching because they didn't allow married women to teach at that time. Both my parents were college graduates. They went to the University of Georgia. My father did. He had a degree in agriculture. My mother had a degree in home economics from Maryville College. And you wonder, well, how did they get together? They would live so far apart. Well, an opening for a home demonstration agent opened up in Jackson County. And my mother got that job, and they met, and the rest is history. They instilled in us a work ethic that I think still prevails for me and my sisters today. We don't sit around much. We're always finding something to do. And they also instilled a need for education. It was never that if you go to college, it's when you go to college. And all of us ended up being college graduates. The neighborhood that we grew up in, there were 15 kids in the neighborhood, but that was just 3 families. That was 4 in my family, 5 in another, 6 in another. And all of those, every one of us got the chance to go to college. Now, didn't everybody finish college, but out of that group, we ended up with 4 teachers and 2 pharmacists and 2 attorneys and 2 businessmen. So the pervasive idea in the neighborhood was education. When I graduated from high school, I went to West Georgia College. It's called the University of West Georgia today. When I started there, it had 2,500 students. When I left there, it had nearly 8,000. But it only took me 4 years to get finished. I then went to Burnell College and got a master's in education. It has been a tremendous honor for me to serve the last 18 years. I'm still awed when I come into this room. You think of all the Georgia movers and shakers that have been in this room, and then you think about all of us that help those movers and shakers get things done. I'm awed with the building and how it came about. I've been in a lot of state capitals. done some traveling. I've been in a lot of state capitals, but for its age, I've not seen any that I thought were any prettier. I want to start off by thanking several people. The first is my wife, Karen. She has been a tremendous support for me these last 18 years. She's had to put up with a lot and be understanding of what I had to do in this job. We will be married 23 years in June. We met on a blind date, and I know some of you are saying she must have been the one that was blind. And you're right. Most husbands will agree to an old saying that they outkick their punt coverage. We had a lot in common, but some of those things were neither one of us smoked or drank. We liked 50s, 60s, and 70s music. She's more 50s and 60s, and I'm more 60s and 70s. She's an amazing person, worked at St. Mary's Hospital for 46 years before retiring 2 years ago. She couldn't be here today, but she's watching online, and I would appreciate a welcoming from y'all. Thank you. I want to thank my children. I have two. Actually, I have four because Karen had two when we got married. And I really want to throw a shout out to my son, Thomas, who looks after the farm when I'm up here. It seems like that when I'm up here, we have fences break down, cows get out. And I'm thankful that he's there to put the fences back up. I want to thank my administrative assistants, and I've had some really good ones. Some were so good that they seem to be being poached by other representatives or departments. I can think of two that I lost to appropriations just real quick. I want to thank the House clerk and his staff. I've been privileged to know and work with two clerks. They were and are top-notch in their job performance. I want to thank the doorkeepers and the post office staff. The doorkeepers always meet you with a smile and a handshake. But I got to talk about the post office. Corey's going to have to work on his technical skills and learn how to adjust the thermostat to keep it warm in here for us older people. I want to thank the lobbyists for the information that they have provided over the years. I can honestly say that I never got any wrong information from a lobbyist. Now, they might have had a different point of view from another lobbyist, but they were giving me their perspective on it. I want to thank the speaker and his staff, top-notch in every way, in handling requests and problems brought to them. I want to thank all the members who have really become my friends and me yours. It will certainly be one of the most important parts of my tenure here. I wish we had met sooner. I want to thank my constituents that have elected me for 9 terms to be their representative. From the 77 vote margin in 2004 to the 80% in 2020. And finally, I want to thank my roommate. We had never met until our election victories. Neither of us were predicted to win. I beat the incumbent, he beat the favorite. We decided to room together because I represented a little bit of Bear County. I guess Terry wanted to keep an eye on me, make sure that I represented Bear County correctly. We had a lot in common. We both loved history, didn't drink or smoke. One of the things that we agreed on first off was that we would not question the other's vote on an issue, and we have not. Now, I can tell you there have been some pretty hard stares across the chamber a couple of times. We've had some pretty great conversations on history and books that we've read or are reading. But those conversations, no matter what we were talking about, had to be finished by 7:30 p.m. I could see it in his face and hear it in his voice that the spring was winding tighter, and that in just a few moments he would be launched toward his bedroom to go to bed. I then had the apartment all to myself. When we came in as freshmen, and along with that, the Republican majority, we were told, don't think about a bill. Watch and learn. We were told this several times, even before we were sworn in January of 2005. I'll come back to this in just a minute. We had a lot of free time since we were freshmen, no committees, meeting, couldn't even think about a bill, so we set about exploring Atlanta. We would take turns driving to places we've read about in history or been told about. We even rode out to the federal penitentiary to see what was going on out there. It's a dark, foreboding place. I don't know why anybody would want to have to go there. We didn't think we'd see anybody that we knew, but we thought we'd take a look around. We'd both grown up with some pretty rough characters. You know, Bear County was famous for the Dixie Mafia, and Jackson County was famous for its car stealing and bootlegging. I think Jackson County is the only county in the state of Georgia that's ever had 2 of its citizens on the FBI's 10 most wanted list. I want to mention a couple of narratives, and they're short as stories go. I always say to introduce a little humor in mixed as it wakes people up. I wish I'd have had this the other day. They used to say at the beginning of the TV show Dragnet, the names have been changed to protect the innocent. Well, nothing's been changed in these stories except to add a little embellishment now and again. The first story begins on a nice December morning, 2004, in Athens at the Biennial. 3 newly elected representatives are sitting at the table enjoying a nice breakfast. The discussion was on a bill that we had just signed a couple of days before and pre-filed. Remember what I said about the bills in your freshman year. The 3 rookies sitting at the table were, you guessed it, Terry England, Tommy Benton, and our good friend Tim Bearden from over there in West Georgia. For the sake of the story, this was Tim's idea. And Terry and Tommy just went along with him to help him out. Well, all of a sudden, Tim gets quiet and kind of has a pained expression on his face. Terry and I then realized that there was someone on the other side of Tim that was, and it was the caucus chairman, who will remain nameless. It looked like she was really chewing on that ear. And then when she got tired of that one, she came to the other side. Well, she was talking loud enough for Terry and me to make out what she was talking about. You guessed it. That bill. After she was gone, Tim said it didn't bother him none, but we looked at his ears to make sure there was no damage or injury. And guess what? That bill didn't even get a hearing. The second story is a little more serious, but when you tell it, it turns out to be kind of funny. Terry and I, were on our way home from Atlanta after going to a fundraiser for a colleague. The lady's name was Jill Chambers. She was a quiet, unassuming lady. You had to be here to know her. And we often rode together to meetings, taking turns and driving. It just so happened that it was Terry's turn to drive that day when we were in his white Ford pickup that I had dubbed the White Bird. I never referred to it by that name in his presence. I thought it might hurt his feelings, but the name fit because it flew. Early on, I decided that what Terry really wanted to be was either a fighter pilot or a NASCAR driver. Well, we were on I-85 in the HOV lane just past Shackleford Road in the flow of traffic now, flow of traffic. Late in the afternoon when all of a sudden, all the people in the right-hand side of the interstate decided they wanted to ride in the HOV lane too. They all come piling over there and on us. Drivers started locking up on their brakes, and we realized that we were in the big one. We had nowhere to go except straight, since the wall is to our left. And it didn't take long for things to get ugly. I seem to remember him saying, "Hold on," but that really wasn't necessary. I was already bracing myself, and I already grabbed the all-shoot bar on the door. We hit a car that had moved over into our lane. It was a RAV4, but it was changed very quickly into a RAV2.5. I'm watching to my right, and I see a car go by backwards, another sideways, everybody trying to put their feet through the floorboard to try and stop. And then it was over. What had happened in what looked like slow motion had lasted about 15 to 20 seconds. Well, we pretty shaken up. I'd never been in a wreck that serious before. We get out of the truck and start surveying the damage, and there was a lot to go around. There was glass all over the hood, and we realized it came from the RAV4. The first emergency unit to get to us was the Hero unit. The driver gets out. He's a big man, and starts to look around at the carnage. Then a DeKalb County officer gets there. The Hero goes over to talk with the officer about how he wants to work the wreck, either to work it in the lanes or take pictures and get the cars out of the way so traffic can start moving. Well, the officer said he would work it in the lanes, at which point the Hero tells him, "Wrong answer." The officer needed to start taking pictures because the Hero is fixing to start dragging cars. Boy, did he drag cars. The howls of protest by the cars as they were physically dragged across the interstate to the emergency lane was something to hear. Not only do we have to listen to that, but also the heckling from the rubberneckers, shouting thanks for tying up traffic and giving us the peace sign with just one finger. Well, Terry goes back to his truck and starts looking at the damage to the White Bird. When the Hero gets to the truck, Terry suggests that the only thing wrong that would keep him from driving is that the wreck bent the bumper down enough to be on the tire. And if the bumper were pried up, then we could drive home. So the Hero goes back to his truck and gets a pry bar, and it's a big one. He comes back to the truck twirling it like a baton. Well, he puts the pry bar in between the bumper and the tire, and he's putting all he's got into bending the bumper out of the way, and he bends the pry bar. He then looks at Terry and says, "You pretty good sized fella, and if we both try, we might be able to bend it." So Terry gets a hold of the bar, and he and the Hero pull with all their might, and the bumper bends just enough to come off the tire. We then find out that a witness saw who'd caused the chain reaction. So the White Bird, the fix or repair daily forward, was the only one that flew home at a much slower speed. When I was elected in 2004, I never thought I would be here 18 years. Every 2 years kept rolling around, and I kept thinking of reasons to run again. It just happened. I really got interested in the legislature when I was teaching. I brought my Georgia history classes to the Capitol for 30 years. We always came during session. For several years, I drove all the way to the downtown, but find parking places for the bus was the pits. So then we started riding the MARTA from Avondale to Georgia State, a lot less hassle.
Students got to ride on the train for the first time, and a lot of them had never been on an escalator. Our state representative was Bubba McDonald. He was also my boss as I worked for McDonald Hardware part-time on Saturdays and during the summer. My first year teaching showed me that it was going to be hard to make a living teaching school. I was still working at the hardware store when I was elected to the House. I've known Lauren over there all of his life. We used to give him such a hard time at the store when he was growing up. Red paint and flat-handled scrub brushes comes to mind right now, but if you ever need any gossip on him, let me know. When I got here, I asked to be on 3 committees. I was assigned 4. I'm still on those original 3, and since then I've added 3 more. I've learned so much about state government than I ever thought about teaching to middle school students. I've also learned that a good many people up here want you to be politically correct and want you to say what they want to hear or approve of. About 5 years after I got here, there was a group of 5 of us, along with the one person that we decided to support for Speaker. Those 5 were Doug Collins, John Meadows, Terry England, Tommy Benton, and Tim Bearden. And we were going to support David Ralston for Speaker. We were not successful in that first vote, and all thought we would be banished to the land of Nod. But 1 year later, we were successful when the Speaker at that time resigned. It was a three-way race, and David Ralston was successful in the next caucus vote. We were all proud for him then and now. Doesn't mean that we always agree. When I got here in 2005, I had a representative who had been here for several years tell me that if you will vote like you're not coming back, it will keep you in good standing with the majority of your constituents in the district. I have tried really hard to heed that advice. People want you to level with them even if it means telling them something they don't want to hear. Students are that way too. They knew when teachers were just hem-hawing around on questions they'd ask. In my first campaign, one in which we raised a little over $13,000, we were doing a lot of door knocking when this guy asked me why taxes were so much higher in Jackson County than in Gwinnett or DeKalb, where he'd lived previously. I asked him if he wanted the PC answer or the real answer, and he said the real answer. And I gave it to him. I told him it was because he and others like him had bought these little postage stamp lots at high prices and had affected all the land prices in the area. That in turn had caused housing prices to rise, but not enough to stem the tide of new people coming to the county. My county right now is being invaded by Gwinnetians. More people mean more kids. New schools are needed, and the hits just keep on coming. After I finished, he looked at me and said, "You got a sign I can put in my yard? I appreciate you leveling with me." I followed that example during my career. Just level with people. I passed some bills that I'm really proud of. The historical bill that allows governments to place those documents in courthouses and government buildings. The 10 Commandments, the Magna Carta, the Mayflower Compact, the Declaration of Independence are just a few of those documents. Another one was the antifreeze bill. It was to put a bitterant in antifreeze to make it taste bad instead of sweet. Now, I never tested to see if antifreeze really tasted sweet, but they said it did. We had, I don't know whether any of you remember about it, but we had a lady that decided she wanted to poison her husband and then her boyfriend and then her second boyfriend, and called her the Black Widow. Poisoned them with antifreeze mixed in with sweet tea. The idea was brought to me by a former student. Her dogs were poisoned with chicken dipped in antifreeze in her fenced-in yard. Took me 4 years to get that bill passed. It would pass the House and get caught up in the Senate.
My nemesis over there would not let it leave the Rules Committee because I would not vote for his school voucher bill. Imagine that. But it finally passed both houses and was signed by the governor. Several years later, the local vet told me that since that bill had passed, he had not had a single antifreeze poisoning. Other bills dealt with land and home appraisers, education bills, retirement bills. Some required some hard work in getting to know people, both House and Senate members. Since coming here in 2005, no one can doubt my appreciation for public education and Southern history and heritage. Public education is where I made my living for 30 years. It was sometimes a precarious living because teachers' salaries were not very good when I started teaching in 1974. Teachers' salaries did not really improve until Zell Miller became governor. In a 3-year period, our salaries were raised 25%. Never seen so much money. Public education is where the make or break point for our society is going to happen. Education is the great equalizer, and public education takes all that come through the door. They don't get to pick and choose, and I've tried to defend the system to the best of my ability. In the area of Southern history and heritage, let me start off by saying that I am very proud of my heritage, and I try to bring honor and understanding about the people who came before us. That is why I get really annoyed with individuals who want to label my ancestors as traitors or racist. I know it fits their narrative of what went on during this time period, the 18th, 19th, and early 20th centuries, but you're only getting one side, and a lot of that is wrong. I know that I've said some things that upset some people. I'm not up here to apologize, but to say at no time did I speak for anyone but me. My right to contradict and say things that you don't like don't stop where your feelings begin. And the same can be said in the reverse. We can agree to disagree and let it go at that. The other day I listened with great interest when a resolution was read that condemned the southern invasion of Ukraine. You remember, those of you that were old enough to remember, that when the old Soviet Union was collapsing, Ukraine and a lot of the other republics decided to secede to get away from Russia. And so they did, and they set up a constitutional type government, all of them. As I listened to the resolution that was read the other day, terms such as unwarranted and unprovoked, independent and sovereign nation. Many Russian citizens have protested the invasion, and many detained by their government for protesting peacefully. The people have courageously sought to defend their nation. That's now. But go back to 1861 through 65 and see if any of those descriptions fit the Southern Confederacy. A lot of similarities. I love my country and I respect my ancestors. I want to leave you with a quote. It is one that I've tried to live by in my adult life starting in the early 20s. I have a copy on my office wall. Duty is the sublimest word in our language. Do your duty in all things. You cannot do more. You should never wish to do less. That was by Robert E. Lee. Mr. Speaker, I yield the wheel. Thank y'all.
Members will greet Representative Benton in the South Anteroom. Let's go ahead. Clerk will read the caption to a group of privilege resolutions.
Honoring life and memory of Judge Alton P. Johnson. Commending Samantha Dixon, Haralson County Middle School's 2022 Teacher of the Year. Commending Miss Busby, Bowdoin Middle School's 2022 Teacher of the Year. Commending Stephanie Norton, Bowdoin High School's 2022 Star Teacher. Commending Jenna Daniel, Bowdoin High School's 2022 Star Student. Commending Dylan Roulaine, Mount Zion High School's 2022 Star Student. Commending Vanessa Cataldo, Carrollton Junior High School's 2022 Teacher of the Year. Commending Dr. Laurel Rader, Carrollton High School's 2022 Star Teacher. Commending Deborah Phillips, Bowdoin Elementary School's 2022 Teacher of the Year. Commending Mariel Pock, Haralson County High School's 2022 Star Teacher. Commending Shannon Rainwater, Mount Zion High School's 2022 Star Teacher. Commending Lee Burson, Central High School's 2022 Teacher of the Year. Commending Joshua Smith, Central High School's 2022 Star Teacher of the Year. Commending Robbie Blakemore, Carrollton High School's 2022 Teacher of the Year. Commending Jonathan David Jackson Burns, Central High School's 2022 Star Student. Commending Andrew Herndon, Carrollton High School's 2022 Star Student. Commending Shelley Amandolia, Carrollton Elementary School's 2022 Teacher of the Year. Commending Megan Richardson, West Harrelson Elementary School's 2022 Teacher of the Year. Commending Kaylee Blankenship, Carrollton Upper Elementary School's 2022 Teacher of the Year. Commending Chandel Lanier, Tallapoosa Primary School's 2022 Teacher of the Year. And for other purposes, that completes the reading of the privilege resolution.
Is there any objection to adopting the privilege resolutions? The chair hears none and the resolutions are adopted. The chair recognizes Chairman Werkheiser.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House
insist and appoint a conference committee on House Bill 1425.
Chairman Werkheiser has moved that this House insist on its position on House Bill 1425 and that a committee of conference be appointed. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1425 by Representative Werkheiser, the 157th, Newton, 123rd, Gravely, the 67th, and others, to be titled an act to amend Article 9 of Chapter 12 of Title 16 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to access to medical cannabis, so as to authorize the governor to issue initial Class 1 and Class 2 production licenses for a limited period of time.
Is there any objection to the gentleman's motion? The chair hears none. This House has insisted. The chair appoints Representative Werkheiser of the 157th, Representative Gravely of the 67th, and Representative Holcomb of the 81st as a committee of conference on House Bill 1425. Okay, we're going on now to the supplemental rules calendar. Going on to the supplemental rules calendar. Clerk will read the caption to House Resolution 998.
House Resolution 998 by Representative Cooper, the 43rd, and others, a resolution recognizing the benefits of biomarker testing as a necessary part of precision medicine. This resolution had been referred to the Committee on Health and Human Services. That committee recommends that this resolution be adopted.
Chair recognizes Chairman Cooper to present the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Resolution 998 is about biomarkers. This is a new technology that we have taken from blood that allows physicians to know exactly what type of medicine that the cancer you have will respond to. Unfortunately, there is not enough knowledge out about this new technique and certainly makes cancer treatments much more advanced and easier on the individual and more successful. And the people that are especially hurt by this lack of knowledge are African Americans, especially males, the elderly, and people on Medicaid, because often they are denied having the biomarkers identified. So we need to do more information and more teaching, and this is what the resolution is asking for. I would ask for your favorable vote on this House resolution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield the well.
There were no questions. The lady has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this resolution now be adopted? All those in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines on the adoption of House Resolution 998. The ayes are 153, the nays are 0. This resolution, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 276.
Senate Bill 276 by Senator Kennedy, the 18th Strickland, the 17th Mellows, the 53rd, and others, to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 15 and Title 36 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to county law libraries so as to allow county governing authorities to authorize the charge and collection of law library fees. This bill has been referred to the Committee on Judiciary. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Chairman Heath Clark to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. You can ignore the caption that the clerk just read. Senate Bill 276 is now exactly the same as House Bill 109 that we passed unanimously last session. This bill will do three things. It extends the number of years that a victim of child sexual abuse can bring a case from the time of discovery from currently 2 years to 4 years. It extends the statute of limitations to the age of 38 for the discovery for victims of child sexual abuse. And it opens a 1-year look-back window for victims whose statute of limitations has expired for them to file an action against an entity that had a duty of care for the individual, for the victim, and that the organization knew that they had a volunteer or an employee who committed the act of abuse, and it can be proven to a very high standard that they knew of the abuse, and instead of reporting it, they acted to intentionally cover it up and fraudulently cover it up. Again, this bill only applies to mandatory reporters. And so these entities knew that the act was happening under their watch, and instead of reporting it as required by Georgia law, they worked to cover it up. And so that is the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I will yield for any questions.
You have a question if you care to yield.
I will yield.
Chair recognizes Representative Barr to your right for a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
I will yield.
Did you mention that it was unanimous when it left this House?
It was unanimous, yes.
Do you further yield?
I will.
Is it not true that it has truly been an honor to serve with you these past 8 years?
Well, thank you, and the pleasure's been mine as well. And Mr. Speaker, I will yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines.
What's the problem?
Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the passage of Senate Bill 276, the ayes are 151, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 605.
Senate Bill 605 by Senator Burke of the 11th, to be entitled an act to amend Article 5 of Chapter 8 of Title 34 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to contributions and payments in lieu of contributions relative to employment security, so as to provide for certain nonprofit organizations they have the option of making installment payments to finance unemployment benefits paid. This bill having been referred to the Committee on Industry and Labor, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chair recognizes Representative Gamble to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise today with Senate Bill 605. This is a bill that is designed to help an organization that we all care about, which is the YMCAs. When COVID hit, the YMCA saw its paying membership rolls drop dramatically. At the same time, the need for programs such as pod-based distant learning for lower-income families went way up. Like most large nonprofits, the YMCA self-insures for unemployment payments rather than participating in the unemployment insurance program. Federal law allows nonprofits to do this, and it saves them money. And they buy insurance policies to cover unexpected high claim levels. In this case, the YMCA had high claims because lifeguards, coaches, fitness instructors, and other staff were temporarily laid off. At the same time, their insurer denied coverage for all COVID-related claims. This bill simply allows the YMCA to pay the debt it owes to the Unemployment Insurance Fund over 3 years without penalties or interest. It won't cost the taxpayers or the fund a dime, and it avoids large cuts to programs that Georgia families depend on that would result if the entire amount were required at one time. We worked to draft this bill narrowly and put a sunset in it that the provision will end as soon as the issue is covered. The bill has already passed the Senate and comes to us with unanimously, and I ask for your favorable consideration of Senate Bill 605. I'm happy to entertain any questions.
You have a question if you care to yield.
I'll yield.
Chair recognizes Representative Jasmine Clark to your left for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I yield.
So just to clarify, I have two questions. The first question is, you say this is for the YMCA, but YMCA is not written anywhere in here. Will this apply to any other nonprofit organizations in the state of Georgia?
It could, so long as they meet the definition that was defined, that they have to have had more than $360,000 in unemployment coverage. So, and that's also in there.
And does the gentleman further yield?
I do.
So the individuals, the unemployed, like the lifeguards and the other people that would be covered under this unemployment, are they affected by this bill, or is it just the organization?
It's the organization, that's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the will at this time, ask the body's favorable consideration.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Who is this? Who is this? What purpose does Representative Kennard rise? He waves. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the passage of Senate Bill 605, the ayes are 153, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. All right, we're gonna take about a 10-minute break so that we can once again get kind of reorganized up here. It is not my intention for us to have a lunch or a dinner break tonight, but keep working a little longer and go home. So we got all day Monday, but we'll be in recess for 10 minutes. House will come back to order. This House will come back to order. Mr. Clerk, you want to ring the bell? You need me to stand? Okay. House will come back to order. House will come back to order. Chair recognizes Chairman Ron Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move this House insist on its position on House Bill 1381 and appoint a committee of conference.
Chairman Stevens has moved that the House insist on its position in disagreeing to the Senate amendment to House Bill 1381 and that a committee of conference be appointed. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1381 by Representative Stevens, the 164th England of the 116th Corporate of the 174th and others, being entitled an act to amend Chapter 80, Title 36 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to general provisions applicable to counties, municipal corporations, and other governmental entities so as to require Water and Sewer Authority board members to complete yearly continuing training courses.
Chairman Stevens, having moved that this House insist on its position in disagreeing to the Senate amendment to House Bill 1381 and that a committee of conference be appointed. Is there objection? Chair hears none. This House has insisted and the chair appoints as a committee of conference Representative Stevens of the 164th, Representative Jaspers of the 11th, and Representative Watson of the 172nd. Clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 183.
Senate Bill 183 by Senator Robertson, the 29th, Anna Duarte of the 31st, Payne of the 54th, and others, be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 16 and Title 15 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to general provisions regarding sheriffs so as to revise qualification requirements for the office of sheriff. This bill having referred to the Committee on Public Safety and Homeland Security, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by Rules Committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Chairman Collins to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I bring before you Senate Bill 183. It started out as a qualifications bill for the sheriff's office, and it's changed a little bit since then, so I'll walk you through the bill. The first part of the bill deals with the qualifications to hold the office of the sheriff. What we want to do in this piece of legislation is say that if you're going to qualify to run for sheriff, you have to be in good standing with the post council. Currently, you do not have to be a post-certified officer to run for sheriff. This says that you have to do that to seek that office. The next part of the bill deals with the compensation for our sheriffs. We passed out Senate Bill 830 and added an additional court for the sheriffs. Currently, they receive additional compensation for one court. This adds 2 courts to the sheriffs. And then the final part of the bill deals with some of the cleanup that we need to do for our school speeding traffic cameras. I had a lot of dealers reach out to me over the last several months, and car dealers are having to pay these unpaid civil monetary penalties for folks who speed in these school zones. So when folks trade in cars, or you trade a car and that civil monetary penalty hadn't been taken care of, before you can change that title, you have to pay that fine, even though you did not incur that. So we're changing that in this piece of legislation. Also, we're changing the permitting process for who applies for the permit for those school cameras. We're taking away the school system and having it be a more accountability on the local government, so it would be the local governing body whose law enforcement would be enforcing those who would be applying for the permit. And Mr. Speaker, that's the genesis of the bill, and that's the bill, and I'll stand for a question or two if anybody has a question. If not, I'll
You do have
gladly
some
yield the will.
questions.
Okay?
Do you yield?
Yes, sir.
Chair recognizes the Minority Caucus Whip, Representative Wilkerson, to your left for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I sure do.
Referencing lines 178 through 180, you're saying it's transferring the accountability from the school system to the county.
Right.
However, when we talk about our children, is it not true that the school systems are responsible for them, and that this is really a fight between the school board not wanting to give that power to the county?
Well, I guess that's a matter of perspective to my colleague. I see that as a way that, if you have people that are complaining, and I've received a lot of comments and input from my constituents and from my colleagues here in the House about these traffic cameras maybe being abused. So right now in the permitting process, you have the school board who is asking for the permit along with that local government. So we're taking one of those out of the equation, so the buck's going to stop with the person that applied for the permit. That's in my opinion, and I think this makes this a much better bill.
Okay, does the gentleman further yield?
Yes, sir.
Just one more question. So is it not true that both Cobb, that I know of, and Douglas are opposed to this bill? So it's the school system. So if we pass this, we'd be taking that authority from the school board and giving it to the municipalities who I guess are desiring this ability to ticket and raise the revenue off of that.
Well, ultimately the public safety falls back to the sheriff or the police department, not necessarily the school system. So I think this puts everybody in the right lane, in my opinion, and that's why I included this in the language of this bill. Mr. Speaker, I'll like to yield the will and ask for your favorable consideration to my colleagues on Senate Bill 183.
Gentleman has yielded the will. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? The chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does Chairman Houston rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it not true that Lowndes County has a sheriff that was not
that only attended this school after he was elected? Do you have to attend this? Is it not true that the way this is written, you have to be a peace officer before, or can you do it afterwards?
Well, I think it depends on whether this bill passes.
Okay.
And I don't know anything about the Lowndes County Sheriff's training, so.
Okay. Okay. It's true. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of Senate Bill 183. The ayes are 83, the nays are 55. This bill has failed to receive the requisite constitutional majority. What purpose does Chairman Collins rise?
I'd like to make a motion.
State your motion.
Ask for reconsideration.
You gentleman has that right, and the time to vote it now. We're going to vote first on reconsideration. All those in favor of reconsideration will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the motion for reconsideration, the ayes are 91, the nays are 48. This House has reconsidered its action in failing to give Senate Bill 183 the requisite constitutional majority. Given that we are on day 39 and it's late in the evening, we're going to go ahead and vote the bill now. What purpose does Chairman Collins rise?
Make a motion.
State your motion.
We table Senate Bill 183.
Your motion is table?
Yes, sir.
Chairman Collins has moved that Senate Bill 183 be placed on the table. Is there objection? There is objection. Does the gentleman move? The gentleman moves. All those in favor of the gentleman's motion to table will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does Chairman Oliver rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr.
State your inquiry.
Setting aside the question of how many benefits the sheriff may be getting in this bill that we may or may not have had a chance to debate, isn't it true that in my district and many districts, elementary schools are on state highways where local constituents have a great deal of interest in the measures that slow down speeders on these state highways right past our elementary schools?
If the lady so states, I know that she believes that to be true. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion to table, which requires a majority of the quorum, the ayes are 89, the nays are 52, and the bill is on the table. Clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 382.
Senate Bill 382 by Senator Roberts of the 29th, Albers the 56th, Gooch of the 51st, Cowser to the 46th, and others to be entitled Act to amend Code Section 1664 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating child molestation and aggravated child molestation, so as to revise provisions for misdemeanor convictions for the offense of aggravated child molestation. This bill I refer to the Committee on Judiciary and Non-Civil. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by Rules Committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Saines to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 382 does two distinct policy initiatives, one being a GBI request to modify what we know as the Romeo and Juliet provision so that child molestation and aggravated child molestation both parallel, which would be age 13 to 16, minimum being down to 13. The other one is something that this House has passed twice now, which its latest iteration was House Bill 194 with one minor modification. In 2019, with the court decision Park v. State, Georgia's most dangerous sexual predators, many of them went off of GPS monitoring because of the limitation that our sex offender registry had to be able to utilize what is known as a very effective deterrent. What this bill does is, in very rare circumstances when an offender has been twice adjudicated for a crime that you can find in Section 3.8, for those crimes listed, if they have committed it once and are back in committing one of those crimes, they are able to have life probation, and we modified it to May, so the judge has the discretion to see if that's an appropriate addition to the sentence. This is the only way that we would later then have the tool to keep a GPS monitor on those offenders, and the offender would have, after 10 years on probation, DCS would be required to have them be reviewed to make sure that they're still an appropriate use of the offense. With that, I'll yield for questions if there are any.
You do not have any questions.
Thank you.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? The chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does Representative Gravely rise?
Pursuant to Rule 133, I'd like to be excused from this vote.
Gentleman has that right, and the journal will so reflect. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines on the passage of Senate Bill 382. The ayes are 136, the nays are 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 511.
Senate Bill 511 by Senator Anderson of the 24th, Dugan of the 30th, Mullis of the 53rd, and others to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 48.5, 311 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating the creation of county boards of equalization, duties, review of assessments, and appeals. This bill having referred to the Committee on Ways and Means, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by Rules Committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Chairman Blackman to present the bill.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bring before you the substitute to Senate Bill 511, which is a bill as has been asked by for the clerks of court. It simplifies the property tax appeal hearing timeline. It continues to maintain a resolution in a timely manner and advantages to the taxpayer. It also, I think if you will note, has two other pieces of legislation that have already received favorable consideration from this body. That is HB 500 is the renewal of the Agribusiness and Rural Jobs Act that is to incentivize investment, private investment in smaller businesses, less than 250 jobs, and in rural counties only. And also HB 1224, which allows personal property valued at over $200,000 to go straight to a hearing officer under Superior Court. Mr. Speaker, if there are any questions, I'll try to answer them. If not, I'll yield the well.
You do have some questions if you care to yield.
I'll yield for a couple. I know it's late.
Chair recognizes Chairman Burchett for a question to your right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that the Garger program that's included in this bill was wildly successful in South Georgia, and that I saw out a renewal of this Garger program because I, in my district, have seen many businesses that have benefited from this program?
I believe that's true. Jason Shaw started this program back in 2017, if I recall correctly. Thank you for the question. Take one more, Mr. Speaker.
Do you further yield?
I'll take one more.
Chair recognizes Representative Ridley to your right for a question.
Does my friend yield?
I think so.
Yeah, I'll be nervous too. Is there anywhere in this bill, because there was a rumor about something about group haircuts at Inman Quarter Barbershop or something, that you get a discount if you take a group, and I was trying to wonder why I wasn't invited the other day when all y'all went.
All I can tell you is if you walk in looking like I did last night, they stay open late and make an exception. Mr. Speaker, hours late. I'll yield the will and ask for favorable consideration.
Is there any objection to the previous question? I'm sorry, we have a speaker that wished to be heard. Chair recognizes Representative Park to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I appreciate this bill and certainly want to, as a member of this body, do everything to support rural Georgia, especially when it comes to fostering economic development. I also greatly appreciate the fiscal stewardship as demonstrated by the chair of the Appropriations Committee, and I've learned a lot. However, I do want to bring the attention of the members of this body to lines 116 to 121, in which we have the $100 million loan that this body previously passed, where a state audit released in December said that this program, in which we've already loaned out $100 million, does not come close to paying for itself, in which it's already cost the state $56 million, and that it would take the state 72 years to pay back the $100 million loan that we've already given out, in which there is no requirement other than self-reporting, which no bank in this country would do. And yet, in lines 119 to 121, we are providing yet a second round of $100 million without oversight. So I just want to bring attention to this provision that's in an otherwise good bill, which I appreciate. But I want to just make note that critics have argued that this program is wasteful, inefficient, and lacks proper oversight, and that an expert in tax credit investments in reviewing the Georgia audit released this past December stated that this was a very expensive program that helps a lot of people from out of state to make money off of Georgia taxpayers without creating lasting value in Georgia. So as stewards of taxpayer dollars, I would respectfully urge the members in this body to vote no, particularly in light of the provision that's included here. And I do hope that we could perhaps work together to ensure that there is more oversight regarding measures to boost and foster economic development throughout this state, but certainly in rural Georgia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
All right, is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? The chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does Chairman Blackman rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, isn't it true that in lines 137 all the way through 151 and beyond, all the way to the end of the bill, that we have reporting requirements, extensive reporting requirements required by this legislation?
I believe that to be true. What purpose does Chairman Burchett rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true, Mr. Speaker, that the dollars that are invested are all private dollars, and it's required that those dollars stay invested during the duration of the program and only get the benefit of the credit once the program is complete, and the $60 million is a 5-year reconcile for the state of Georgia?
I think the gentleman is correct in that statement. What purpose does Representative Wade rise?
Pursuant to Rule 133 and out of an abundance of caution, may I be excused from this vote?
Gentleman has that right, and the journal will so reflect. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines on the passage of Senate Bill 511. The ayes are 92, the nays are 48. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Bear with me here just a few more minutes. Clerk will read the caption to Senate Resolution 596.
Senate Resolution 596 by Senator Ginney the 4th, 47th, Dugan the 30th, Cowser to the 46th, and others, a resolution honoring the life and memory of Mr. Isaiah Berry and dedicating an intersection in his memory. This resolution having been referred to the Committee on Transportation, that committee recommends that this resolution be adopted by Rules Committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Brian Prince to present the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House members, Senate Resolution 596 is our annual Senate Road and Bridge dedication packet. This packet includes 40 resolutions, 17 which are Senate resolutions, and 23 that are House resolutions. House Resolution 684 by Representative Kelly is dedicating an intersection in Polk County as the Judge Dan Wynn intersection. House Resolution 841 by Representative Hofston, dedicating a state route in Berry County as the Bobby Rowan Parkway. House Resolution 867 by Representative Gunter, dedicating an intersection in Towns County as the Sheriff J. Vernon Chaston Sr. Memorial Intersection. House Resolution 878 by Representative LaRicchia, dedicating a bridge in Coffee County as the Private First Class Charles E. Day and Sergeant First Class Jerome Day Bridge. House Resolution 918 by Representative S. Frustration, dedicating a bridge in Gwinnett County as the Judge Raymond Alvarado Bridge. House Resolution 931 by Representative Carson, dedicating an intersection in Cobb County as the Kip Klein Memorial Intersection. House Resolution 937 by Representative DeLoach, dedicating a state route in Long County as the Deputy Shelton Whiteman Memorial Highway. House Resolution 940 by Representative S. Frustration, dedicating an intersection in Gwinnett County as the Judge Emily Pate Powell intersection. House Resolution 938 by Representative Hawkins, dedicating a bridge in Hall County as the Carl Rogers Bridge. House Resolution 939 by Representative Gunter, dedicating a bridge in Towns County as the Reverend James Jimmy Richard Rogers Sr. Bridge. House Resolution 1001 by Representative Vance Smith, dedicating a portion of the U.S. Highway in Harris County as the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial Highway. House Resolution 1002 by Representative Parrish, dedicating a portion of a U.S. highway in Emmanuel County as the Sheriff Tyson Stevens Memorial Highway. House Resolutions 1028 by Representative McLean, dedicating a bridge in Fulton County as the Gregory Stall Sr. Memorial Bridge. House Resolution 1047 by Representative Jaspers, dedicating a bridge in Pickens County as the N.C. Lowe Jr. Memorial Bridge. House Resolution 1084 by Representative Cannon, dedicating a state route in Fulton County as the Jovita Moore Memorial Highway. House Resolution 1102 by Representative Leverett, dedicating a state route in Elbert County as the Representative Tom Allen McCall Highway. House Resolution 1104 by Representative Cannon, dedicating a state route in Fulton County as the Black Music and Entertainment Walk of Fame Highway. House Resolution 1105 by Representative Barner, dedicating a state route in Fayette County as the Huey Bray Memorial Highway. House Resolution 1124 by Representative Burchett, dedicating an intersection in Ware County as the Ken Bennett Memorial Intersection. House Resolutions 1125 by Representative Burchett, dedicating an intersection in Ware County as the Colonel Frank Norton Crossing. House Resolutions 1167 by Representative Setzler, dedicating a bridge in Cobb County as the Mayor's Bridge. House Resolution 941 by Representative Gilliard, dedicating an interchange in Chatham County as the Doug Weathers Interchange. House Resolution 942 by Representative Gilliard, dedicating a bridge in Chatham County as the Lawrence Hutchinson Memorial Bridge. Mr. Speaker, I yield for any questions. I ask for a moment of silence for all these dedications. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield the will.
You have no questions. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? The chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this resolution now be adopted? All those in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the adoption of Senate Resolution 596. The ayes are 145. The nays are 0. This resolution, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. What purpose does Chairman Blackman rise?
Make a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. You need to come to the well.
Yes,
My
sir.
bad. Chair recognizes Chairman Blackman for a motion.
It is late, I know. I move that we disagree to the Senate substitute, House Bill 1437.
Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1437 to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 7 of Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to income taxes so as to revise the rate of taxation on income.
On the gentleman's motion that the House disagree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1437, is there objection? The chair hears none, and this House has disagreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1437. Members, this will now go back to the Senate, and in order to expedite the work of a conference committee, although I can't legally appoint one, I'm going to designate a conference committee to act with the complete authority of the chair, and the chair will be appointing to a committee of conference Representative Blackman of the 146th, Representative Williamson of the 115th, and Representative Martin of the 49th. Chair, Senate Bill 256 is postponed to the next legislative day. Senate Bill 591 is postponed to the next legislative day. The chair recognizes the majority leader of the House for a motion.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought you were going to recognize the rules chairman, so I do appreciate that. Mr. Speaker.
I wouldn't dare do that after that outburst.
No doubt. Mr. Speaker, I move that this House stand adjourned until 10 a.m., Monday, April the 4th, 2022.
The majority leader has moved that this House be adjourned until Monday, April the 4th at 10 o'clock a.m., where we will then enter upon day 40 of the 2022 session. All those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes clearly have it. This House will be adjourned until Monday, April 4th at 10 a.m.